the stock market. People are making money in crypto and they want to take away that ability to make money. Because if they take away that ability to make money, you and everybody else that invested in crypto over these last like 3 years that we've been, kind of dealing with, the viruses and all that other type of stuff. People have been making money and they're taking all of that away. And all of those people that have found a new way of creating passive income or some sort of income and are working less now have to go and work for those corporations that decided to create all of this fear. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you're kind of speculating with everything here, and it's more of a conspiracy theory, I guess, when you look at how institutions really do have an effect on the markets. Understand that they hold 70% of a lot of positions within the stock market because they want that control. The fact that we hold so much percentage of something like GME or AMC scares them. And the fact that we hold so much percentage of crypto coins and tokens scares them. So how do they reverse that? Well, they buy a shitload of crypto and they end up creating fear within the crypto market. And when they create that fear, they make the money, we do not. That's just as simple as that. And you can tell because everything will not be falling. If people like retail traders, when you invest into something, you invest into things that are making some moves, right? That's running. And sometimes you find some things that have a really, really good opportunity. But no way in hell do you find everything in the market and you think everything is you're selling the hell out of everything. And we are seeing that Shiba Inu is down to it's lower than 1400, so it's at 0.0001395. So that's interesting that things are dropping that much for Shiba Inu. It's creating more of a buy opportunity. But like I said, what's crazy is just the way institutions really look at all of this, and they just want to take money out of our pockets. They love to do that because the more money we make, the less we work for them. It's as simple as that. I'm going to keep buying the dips. Yeah, so am I. I definitely see potential in cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is not dead. And the way that they're trying to make it seem like it is dead is just ridiculous. What happened? Why did it drop all of a sudden? So there's just so much that goes into, you know, cryptocurrency. And again, institutions just have a heavy play on this. But um, if you look at this, the stable coin that was pegged to the dollar ended up trading less. So it was trading for 50 cents. And now when you look at the stable coin that's pegged to the dollar and also to Terra Luna, what you're looking at is, let's go back here and show you. So Terra is down so much, it's down 94%. You're also seeing Terra USD, the stable coin, that's down to 38 cents. And that dropped a hell of a lot. Something that's pinned to the dollar is now at 38 cents. That's not a good sign. And this is what people are fearful of, you know, where you have USDT that could also be the same in the same boat, where it's pinned to the dollar, it goes down to 50 cents. Everything that's finds a way to have that connection to, you know, USDT will end up falling as well. So it's something we think about. BTC tumbled. Yeah, where's BTC at? So it's slightly up. You're seeing BTC slightly up and Ethereum slightly up. You are seeing USDC that's slightly up as well. That's pinned to the dollar. But you're seeing everything else that's falling a hell of a lot. Solana down by 12%, Dogecoin 10%, Avalanche 17%, Polkadot 15%, right? Shiba Inu 20%. Um, Polygon, you're looking at that at 12%, 18% for Tron, 1% for Chronos, which is crazy. That's staying stable. I love seeing that. Duhuan tweeted 2 hours ago explaining stuff. Is Luna a good coin? Um, so is it good right now? I wouldn't say that it is. I mean, um, you're looking at a 95% loss. 95% loss within the position is down to 117. Now it creates a high risk to high reward, So if you look at it and you go, all right, this looks great around $1. I'm going to buy it at $1. I don't care if it does go lower. I'm going to buy it at $1 and I'm going to hold on to this for 2 years. You buy in a hundred tokens, right? Well, or a hundred, yeah, 100 tokens. You're deciding to um, buy into that at a dollar, maybe 90 cents, right? And you hold 100, a little bit over 100 for a year, right? This could be very high reward to where it goes back to some of these previous levels. Now, previous levels of it getting to $100, I don't know if I see that coming, because with them minting more coins, it's definitely tough to see that get back to some of those levels. Like literally within the last hour, we saw this go from 500 million coins in circulating supply to 650 million coins in circulating supply. That's an increase of 150 million coins in circulating supply. That kind of rules out all of these higher numbers that we were at, right? It rules it out completely. So, when I look at it, as they continue to mint more coins, as the stable coin decreases in price, it looks less and less likely that it's going to get up to the previous highs. However, even something of a tenth of the previous highs actually looks really good from where it's at right now. So it could be a high risk to high reward. You invest $100, it could turn into 1,000. You invest $100, could turn into 10,000. You never really know. Why is it saying 117 when it's 80 cents? You need to refresh. Where is it saying 80 cents? I don't, like, it's coin market cap may not have the ability to update fast enough, but I'm not seeing anything at 80 cents. Oh, well, maybe you're looking at Terra Swap at 78 cents. Loop Finance is 79 cents. You're seeing FTX at $1. So maybe it goes by average price. Because you can see here, crypto.com is now at $1.08. So yeah, I don't know. It says $1.13 here. But we got 1,343 people here, guys. If you guys can hit the like button, I would love to get to 1,000 likes. That would be fantastic. Will we ever see token slash coins merging or acquiring other projects? Um, I don't think so, because it's not treated the same way. It's not like a business. So you can't really see something like that. I mean, will we ever? I'm sure they'll develop something, some sort of coding to where that could be a possibility. But right now, no, because it's just like everyone has their own contract. As you start to see, things develop, yes, it could be a possible chance to where that does happen. But um, not everything gets benefited from that to where you can change things unless you had access to the contract where you can change the contract. So that's always a different situation. But if you have access to the contract and contract is not renounced or whatever, like you just look at it and you go, okay, well, this may be something that they're looking to change everything with, right? Because they've done this in the past, right, with different coins and different tokens to where things were a scam, and people don't want things to be a scam. They want to look at things that have the most stability. So I would say no at the moment, but you can't rule it out. So they'll move against Luna, not confirmed yet, but that's the word. Really, rumor is Citadel moved against Luna. Not confirmed yet, but that's the word. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. That would be ridiculous if that's the case. People look at euro prices instead of the dollar. Yeah, that might be it. Man, volatility is now horrible. It's complete failure. Binance futures. Regulation incoming. You might not be wrong. Uh, I would argue that if you actually been uh, to the dollar, wait, if you're actually been to the dollar, your stable coin would not be worth 38 cents. True. If you were actually pinned to the dollar, it wouldn't be worth 38 cents, but there's some malicious things that are going on in there. And it all depends on the activity that goes through that stable coin as well. If someone changed, uh, food. So maybe let's take out another $20. So it's about, let's say 60 or $70. It's still expensive for one meal. You the man. I appreciate you, Matt. Thank you for that super chat, Michael. Thank you. Um, yeah, man, us retail traders have no one on our side. And this dweeb is saying, I don't know. Wait, why don't you just pay to ask questions? I'm not saying that you pay to ask anything. You don't have to pay to ask any questions, Matthew. You really don't have to send any super chat. I'm trying to get to every question that I can. So I hope I can get to all the questions. That's why I'm trying to slow down the chat and everything. But I have long winded answers. So I'm sorry about that. Stay away from Luna, buy BTC or ETH. It looks like that's the only thing that we could do. Watching ApeCoin like a hawk. Yeah, what is ApeCoin doing? Let's look at my positions here. ApeCoin is currently at $7. Let's actually refresh this. $7.38 is what it says there. But let's refresh it. Oh, wow, that dropped a lot. uh, let's see. ApeCoin is down to $5.93. Quant is down to $61. You're seeing Loopring that's down to 44 cents. You're seeing Krillcoin that's down to 53. Harvest Finance that's down to $44. Oh, this drop is looking insane. It's looking absolutely insane. But you know what? I'm riding it out with you guys. I know exactly what I'm doing for the long haul, and this is exactly what I'm doing. We need Terra Luna apes to assemble. Good luck. You provide comfort in trying times. Well, thank you for saying that. I'm glad that I'm here to, provide any type of comfort. Just know that the markets are dropping quite a bit, and it's not, just because of retail traders. It's not because of you guys. It's because of the. Let me go ahead and silence this because there's been a lot of subscribers that come through, and I really appreciate it. But yeah, it's because of the institutions. Institutions are doing horrible things. Let's see. There's another. You never answered any questions at all today. Just talked about the same nonsense on repeat. Dance for your dollar. Interesting. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, and I try to answer questions. People have asked me a bunch of stuff about Luna. They've like, should I invest in Luna? And my answer is always the same. Do you believe in it above this point? If you believe in it above this point, then you can make that move. Currently, we're looking at Terra Luna. Let's actually refresh this because I'm sure it's lower at about 87 cents. And that's really the low. And we can see some of these prices here. Let's go ahead and refresh this. We're going to see some of them at 51 cents, 58 cents, 60 cents, all of that. The entire crypto market is down. I love fear. It's the main ingredient that creates millionaires in the market. Absolutely, absolutely. Fear is when you want to start making those moves. It's a normal thing to look at fear and get scared as well. But if you look at fear differently, if you've been in the market for a while, you understand that fear creates opportunity. So I lost $4,000 on Luna. Should I sell the rest or wait? I'm done. So this is where it's difficult. So how much do you have in Luna total? Like how many coins of Luna do you have? The reason why I ask is because if you believe in where Luna can get to, if it can find a way back in any form or fashion, if it's completely dead, then it's completely dead and you lost your money. If you want to sell your position, then sell your position. But if you realize that, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. That move is dead. And now we have a high risk play. If the high risk play goes my way, I stand to make so much money because I can invest more into Luna, which does sound like a horrible thing when you already lose $4,000. You can invest more at a very, very low price to where it's a fraction of the dollars that you spent into it. Now you can buy, literally $4,000, you can buy 1,000 Luna, which you probably only had 10, maybe, or 100. Right now, you buy 1,000, you have 10x what you had initially, which means that your cost basis is now down to $2 or so, right? And if it is down to $2, well, now you can stand to make so much out of it if it does continue to run. But that's totally on you. It's a high risk play for you at this moment. And a very, very high risk play because you're risking what you already had invested in there as well as what you're going to invest. So my mic is out. My sound is good. It looks like my sound is perfect. It looks like it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We have 1,600 people here, guys. Continue to hit that like button. Would love to get to 1,500 likes. 1,000 likes is insane to get to on a live stream. I appreciate all the people that have come through, all the super chats and everything. Let's see. Luna is going up again. Shib down as soon as you bought. Shib is up as soon as I bought. I bought at 1,200. I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably behind on the stream. So I bought when it did fall down to 1,100. I took the time in making that move. I wish I could have bought faster because I could have bought at 1,100, but I bought at 1,200. So now it's at 1,400. So I basically just gained a decent amount from that investment right there. I spent $1,400 on that, and gained a little bit from that. So it's up as soon as I bought. Those who hold will be brave in the next BTC halving. Everything will go back to all-time highs of 2024. I've been through this twice already. One, that's the worst feeling in the world when you need to sneeze and then it doesn't come out. It happened to me twice already during the stream. That's not good. Matt, you're an awesome guy. Thank you. I'm at 600. Where are you at? You just said it. I'm at 600 Luna coins. I bought at $5. Well, now you have an easy average down. Well, that's definitely something where you lost basically everything there. Um, if you bought at $5, you bought in a ton. I've already got 10K ready for BTC drops below 29K. How much you're losing right now, Matt? I don't want to look. So for me in my overall crypto portfolio, I was up, throughout the last year or so. If we're doing a complete reset, I'm definitely down well over 5,000, if not somewhere around 7. Yeah. Well, let me because it was 19 for crypto.com and it was 17 for um, Coinbase Pro. And also, I have other factors. So, no, I'm definitely down more than 10. Definitely down more than 10K at the moment. They want us running back to the dollar. They are trying to get us out of our positions and not have generational wealth. I would agree with you. I would agree with you. They see how much money is made from cryptocurrency and really all of this fluctuation. Understand that the markets are based on buyers and sellers. It's not just based on people that are going, "Hey, the market's going to go down, so let me adjust the price." That's not the case. The price adjusts based on people that are selling the position or buying the position. So when you have massive amounts that are being that are falling down like this, it either comes from a massive amount of retail traders or investors, hedge funds, or institutions. Institutions have the most influence on the entire market. When you see the entire market down, institutions, big money, hedge funds, all of them are, completely tanking the market. Right? Start with institutions, the reaction by institutions that are, so let's just start here. Institutions that are in the know that want to create reactions, they end up making all of these sells. Well, you have institutions that are not in the know, well, now that start to double
Perfect.
down on that and add to that. Well, now all institutions are
Okay.
now decreasing the position. You create fear within a lot of the
So,
other firms, the smaller firms, and now they're making moves as well to get out of their position and not
yeah, I
lose a ton of money for
I
people
see somebody
that
making this
are
comment
investing
about
into their firm, right?
USDC being
Now you
digital
have
USD.
retail
This is
investors that
incorrect.
are now
It's not.
reacting to
Uh,
that
all right. Let me explain this a little bit better. There are two main types of stable coins. There's one type of stable coin where somebody, like, let's just use Gemini as an example. The Gemini token uses the dollars that they have in a bank to show that, hey, look, we have $1 for every Gemini that we have created. That's the argument, right? And so the idea would be that if all of a sudden you have, let's say, 100,000 Gemini tokens or USDC or these sorts of dollar backed stable coins, right? That's your type 1 stable coin, your dollar backed stable coin. If you have 100,000, let's just say USDC, then you would expect $100,000 of actual cash, which is United States dollar, right, in a bank account somewhere. And generally, when audits are completed, audits will get completed to say, this is correct. There are $100,000 of cash in a bank account somewhere. And you'll even see websites that'll say things like, oh, well, this has FDIC insurance. So that means the cash we have in the bank is actually FDIC insured. This is true. The cash is FDIC insured, but not the stablecoin. And so this is where things get entertaining. Now, this is again a dollar backed stablecoin. It's important to remember this. What's interesting about these stablecoins is that we can now take this USDC, these 100,000. And generally, the reason people put money into these is to stake or to get yield. So, for example, if I put $100,000 in and I now have 100,000 USDC, I'm going to get a notification that says, hey, Kevin, you have 100,000 USDC. Why don't you sign up for like Gemini Earn or any kind of our staking programs where you can earn a yield? And let's just say that yield is 8%. Well, that means me as a customer, I'm looking at it going, oh, so you're telling me my 100,000 USDC is backed by cash in your FDIC bank account. That's cool. So this is like cash. But if I just agree to stake it, or in this case, it's really lend it, right? But they make this a little bit more blurry. Usually they'll say have things like programs that are branded as earning or whatever. Like crypto earn is a pretty common one that we see. And it kind of disassociates the idea that you're actually lending the money. But let's be real, you're lending the money in this case. And I don't want to say that staking and lending is exactly the same. They can be very, very different. But in the purposes of stable coins, we're just going to assume you're locking up this 100,000 USDC now, which you think is backed by cash, and now you're going to lend it. Okay, great. So now here's Kevin. Okay. Kevin says, okay, lend. So now somebody else comes around and says, hey, I want to earn 8%. Let me go ahead and also deposit $100,000. So we're going to call this P2 or person two, right? They now deposit $100,000 of cash and get USDC. So now, how much money do we have in the system, right? If I write up here, system, we now have $200,000 in the system. But how much USDC do we actually have? 100,000. We still have 100,000 USDC because Kevin lent his USDC. Now, ironically, and this is the problem in the industry, when I open up my app and I look in my app, I go, oh, I have 100,000 USDC. No, I don't. When you look in your wallets, you're like, oh, look, I'm rich. I have 100,000 USDC or whatever sitting in my bank account that's backed by cash. Wrong. It's not. You've lent it. You actually don't have that despite the apps telling you this. And that is a huge transparency failure that a lot of the institutions that handle stablecoin lending don't tell the user. They make it seem like you still have the money because you could go in there And as long as everything's fine, you could still turn your USDC into another crypto when the system has liquidity, because now they're taking that from someone else, right? They're taking that from somebody else who's now depositing cash and then signing up for lend or whatever, right? The system works when it works. The problem is this layer here could be repeated 100 times. And so let's just be extreme here and say we're now at person 100. So instead of person 2, we're at person 100. Well, if we're at person 100 and they've all thrown in $100,000 into staking it for USDC, we could, and all of the 100 people go, yes, I want to earn. You could literally have 100,000 USDC and $100,000 backing that USDC. And then you have 100 people who have lent it out. So now you have 100,000 times 100. That's $10 million in the system now. So the system now potentially has $10 million backed by $100,000 of USDC. That's because everybody who's in the line, who's actually holding these stablecoins, is like, of course, why would I not do that? So somebody here says, somebody's got a question here. So is USDC backed safe if it's not sitting somewhere and not staked in? Look, if you do not turn on the earn and the yield, yes, then you actually have the USDC. And then in theory, it is backed by the audited cash. But as soon as you start getting a yield on your stable coin, you have lent it. And so in this example, when I show you that you could literally take $100,000 and the system could turn that into $10 million. And then what do the people with the $10 million do, or the industry with the $10 million do? They go buy Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, and they pump up the crypto ecosystem. If you think about it, it's all great and it works wonderfully while it's going up. But the stablecoin market, because we have no transparency into how often these coins are lent, is really fraught with massive dangers. We don't know if it's fraught with problems. We just know it's fraught with the potential danger that this system could repeat itself 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. And I know people's counter argument here usually is like, oh, but Kevin, banks do this too. Sure, we have fractional reserve banking, but at least banks go through stress tests. At least we have a regulatory body and lending rules and credit and monitoring in terms of who has how much debt. That doesn't mean there aren't failures. I mean, look at Archegos. Archegos was just a small example of how bad lending can get when it's out of control. The guy turned like $1 billion into over $100 billion leveraged, right? And that's because of shady and not transparent practices where when you do swaps in the stock market, you could essentially look and say to a bank, hey, I've got $1 billion here. Let me get $10 billion of risk by making these swap agreements. And then go to different banks and do the same thing. That transparency was missing. And this person found a hole to where when there was no transparency, they could get 100x leverage. That was a very bad problem. And the system was able to sustain those sorts of losses because we don't generally have that sort of insane lending in traditional finance anymore. We did back in the 2008 financial crisis. I'm not a shill for the banks, okay? That was terrible. You had a $10 trillion housing market that was collateralized with, credit default swaps all the way up to $100 trillion. That's insane. Unfortunately, in the crypto space, what we're missing is how often are we getting this sort of leverage up? And then who are the borrowers? And if every person with a USDC is essentially a borrower, what are they doing with it? Are they going 20x YOLO on derivatives on crypto, right? And then propping up a Bitcoin to 69,000 or whatever. And when that starts falling and people start getting liquidated, what do we end up getting? We get something like a Terra Luna, which unfortunately, Terra Luna is a different kind of stablecoin. It's an algorithmic stablecoin. Now, I'm going to give a rough outline here because this is not worth going so deep into the weeds because I'm just going to lose folks here. So I'm going to go into a simple explanation here. So the thing about Luna, that's really interesting, is Luna is a cryptocurrency, and rather than using a dollar to back their stable coin, which they call UST, what they actually say is, hey, we're going to back our stable coin with Luna. And the reason it's algorithmic is the following. I'll give you an example. Let's say UST is sitting at $1. Okay, perfect. Well, if it's sitting at $1, then everything's good, right? It's stable. It's at $1. So now you deposit money into UST like you do with the USDC example, and you can get your yield. Except because it's an algorithmic stablecoin and it's newer, instead of an 8% yield, they offer you like 19% or something ridiculous. Like, first of all, that should be a big red flag for you, right?
On Discord,
so okay, cool.
TikTok,
so people are like,
on
cool. If I
YouTube,
lock up my money
everywhere.
in UST,
So
I'll get 19%.
please be careful.
Holy crap!
If somebody
If I put
reaches out to you and
$1,000
says,
in, that's
"Hey,
$190.
can you give me some money or your
if I do
seed phrase or
$10,000,
anything like
that's
that?"
$1,900
I'm not
a
asking
month.
for that stuff.
Sorry, a year.
Understand that
like,
that is
that's
not
awesome,
me,
right? And the
and
more money
I
you
will
put in,
never
it's kind of
ask
like,
for
I don't
that
have to
stuff.
work anymore if
I
I'm
don't
getting
want that from
19%
you.
yields, right? So it's very like enticing. And so what
please
happens,
don't give
though,
anybody
is
your
UST
stuff. Don't
is
give anybody your
traded,
information.
and
Don't give
usually
anybody your
with
social
stable
security
coins,
number.
they
Nothing.
tend to trade
I don't ask for anything.
fractions of a penny. So, for example, if
Or
all
even
of a
the
sudden
floor for
UST
farm.
goes
That's
to
interesting. The floor for farm. I mean, it looks
0.995,
really
well,
really
usually what the market
in the
does in this
price.
case
I'm sorry
is
about
somebody says,
all of the
oh,
sniffles, guys.
UST or whatever it is has fallen
We're
below
down to a
$1.
Wow.
I'm going to buy it.
So again,
And
it
this
did
is
not hold
called
the
arbitrage. This is the
$30,000
market's
point.
version of arbitrage.
Bitcoin
And I'll
didn't.
get to
It's
sort
at
of the algorithm part.
$29,907.
The market usually comes
That
in
is
on like
crazy.
a
We are at a
USDC
$1.3
and says, oh, it's at
trillion market cap, down
0.995. I'll
12%
buy
again
it.
today.
Buying
Sky is
increases the
absolutely
price,
falling.
ideally back to
But
$1.
let's look at
Sometimes
FarmCoin
we overshoot,
give you
though,
guys
and we go like
a breakdown of
0.005. What do you do
there.
then?
So currently
You
it's at
sell.
53 cents.
And then
what
you
it
have
shows,
you basically set computer
$53.
programs on
We're
both
looking at about
sides that buy and sell, and that's
down
currency
today.
arbitrage. It's like it should be
The
at
total
$1.
supply that's out
I'll
there
just buy
again
and sell.
is less
If it's
than
over, I'll sell. If it's
700,000
under, I'll buy.
total
And then you
supply.
take those little fractions
And
of
if we look
pennies
at
of a
all
profit,
history,
you know,
we've
doing
seen
that
all
with $50
history
million
that
or
this
whatever,
has
you
gotten
actually
down
start making
to
some money. It's a profit.
lows here
By having
of
arbitrage.
44. So where it has been
arbitrageurs, I don't know if
today,
that's a
the
word,
low today of
people who do
47,
arbitrage, you
I
actually
definitely see
create
the
a
low
marketplace,
probably
right?
bouncing
You
off of some of
maintain
these
that
levels.
$1.
However, with the
Now,
crypto
with an
market falling
algorithmic
down,
stablecoin,
this could be a lot lower. We could see it get a lot lower, which could create a ton of buying opportunities for a lot of people.
The underlying
So
currency
for
that
me,
it's pegged to
I
essentially
can easily
print
see
more
this
of that currency
absolutely
or to
run,
sell that
and it
currency
creates a
as
huge
needed.
buying
So, for
opportunity.
example,
So hopefully, I
if
have
we get UST
the ability
and it
to
falls to
just add into that, because I want to add
0.995,
another
well,
maybe
we could
$1,000
automatically
into it.
generate more
Um,
Luna. Use
another
that additional supply of
$1,000, and I'll
Luna
probably flip that
to then
$1,000
go
as it does rise up
purchase
to previous highs.
UST.
You know, maybe
And if
some
we shoot
previous
above
levels
and we
of
go
like
to
$200. I'll take out
1.005,
that
let's say,
play.
well, we
and,
can now
run
destroy
with that.
Luna, and ultimately, well, sorry, let me rephrase this. You would
All right, guys,
sell
so we are 5
UST,
minutes away from
and then you would
ending, the
destroy
stream today.
the Luna.
This was a really, really
So
good
this
stream.
is the
Obviously, it was the
thesis
best
that you
stream we've
can
had in
now,
quite
rather
some
than
time.
relying on
To match viewers
market
of like 1,600
arbitrageurs,
people.
I might be making
So
that word up. You
I
could
greatly
rely on an
appreciate all the people that
algorithm
are here,
to
all the
just
super chats that we
manipulate
did
the
have.
underlying token.
Luna is
Okay,
pumping
fine.
now.
So now you
Bitcoin is trying
understand
to
the rough
find its floor.
mechanics of this.
So it looks like a
So
lot of things
why,
maybe are starting
why
to
all of a
find
sudden is
some
Terra Luna
positive
crashing?
movement. Let's see if
Right?
Luna
You
is
go to
pumping. Let's go to
CoinMarketCap,
Luna.
and what happened here? CoinMarketCap says
Yeah, Luna is pumping
Terra
from
USD is sitting at 40 cents right
68-cent
now.
level or
That's
70-cent
terrible,
level
right?
up
It's
to
supposed to be at
94 cents.
$1.
That's good.
Why is that happening?
That's really good. You're
Well, it's
finding a floor
happening
price that
because
you
look
can
at
make these
Terra.
moves. I don't know if
It
anybody
is
decided
down
to buy any of these lows.
97%.
Bitcoin is now down to $5.58.
Look at this in the 3-month history. Terra Luna was trading for $80 to $100.
Is my portfolio
It's
completely
basically
effed?
gone
What's going
to
on
zero.
Here, bro? Oh my
Okay,
God.
great. Well,
like
if a
everything is
coin
down
goes to
40%.
zero and
Yes,
a stable
it is
coin sits
insanely
on
scary
top of
for a
that,
lot of people.
like this. So what happens? Okay,
the way that
well,
we can take
watch
this is
You're at
understanding that the
$1
crypto
for
market, in my
UST,
opinion,
right?
is not
Now all of a
is not
sudden
dead.
you depeg
Right? This is
for
something
whatever
that's being
reason.
heavily influenced
And
by
the
institutions.
algorithm's like,
and
oh,
you kind of
crap,
have to look
we're
at
at
it.
98
I guess the
cents.
glass half full.
What do? We
it
buy
creates
UST,
a ton of
right?
buying opportunities
Well, the
for a lot of
algorithm
people at
does
some of
that,
these lower
not
prices that you
market
can never see.
arbitrageurs.
And I
So
think
Luna
once we
creates
jump past this
Luna,
downturn,
which when you create more,
people
what
are
do you
going to
do?
wish that they
You
bought in at some of
lower
these lows.
the
People are going
price
to wish
of
that they
Luna,
found
but
the
you
crypto
use
market
this
today.
created Luna to go buy more UST
and,
to try to drive it back up to
when you see
$1.
Luna get
The
up
problem
to,
is, the more you keep going
$1
back
or
to the well
$1.80
of
or
Luna over here, the
$2,
more
and
you
people
keep
are
going
like, all
over
right,
there,
well, I could have
going,
doubled
please,
my
please,
money
give me
right
more,
there.
more.
Luna
the
at
more
$1.80. Is that
you
what we're
end
saying right
up
now? I
devaluing
just said that.
Luna to try to prop up the
And it's
peg.
saying Luna's.
And here's where the real
Wow.
problem
So
comes in.
Luna's
It's
price,
when
literally
people
from 60
lose
cents all the way up to
faith and they
$1.40 or
say,
$1.50, you could
"F
have
it.
doubled your
I'm
money.
going to take my
You were right there.
UST
Right
and
there,
I'm
you could
going to
have doubled
sell
your
it.
money.
I don't believe it's worth $1 anymore. I'm going to sell UST. And I'll even sell the underlying currency Luna. So now your well is
What the
getting
heck am I
massive
talking
selling
about?
pressure because people are fearful.
What are you
Your
talking
stable
about?
coin, if you're not locked up, you've got massive selling
Luna needs
pressure
a
because
rug pull
people are fearful.
NFT
They're like,
called
look, if I could just
Crazy
get 80
Mad
cents back on my
Lunix?
dollar, it's fine. Like, I just
Lunix
want
is a
out.
buy,
I
buy, buy.
don't trust this anymore. The system's broken.
Look at
The
this.
algorithm
Luna,
failed. Well, just
Luna
give me
had
out. So now you get
just
selling
an
pressure in
increase
addition
from
to an
literally
algorithm
a
that says
level
create
of
more
like
Luna
70 cents
when
up to
the peg
$1.50
breaks.
now.
And so literally
$1.50,
you
could have
crush
doubled your money
the value of
easily.
the underlying
Luna's
token.
at $2.
That is what an algorithmic
Double my money
stablecoin
during
is.
this live
That
stream.
is why
Let's
Terra
fucking
Luna
go.
is
That's
a
what I love
complete
to hear.
disaster.
That's what I
And
love
this
to
is now
hear.
the second
Easy.
time that I have covered an
It's pumping
algorithmic
again. Check Luna,
stablecoin
total supply.
crashing like this. If you go to my channel, Meet Crypto,
What's going on
I
with
think
the total supply?
the one of the recent videos that I posted there
Nothing happened with the total
is
supply. It
the
looks like
$600
the
million
circulating supply stayed
rug
the same,
pull, and it is the
651 million,
stablecoin
and you see the
Ponzi
total supply
waves
1.2
slash
million.
neutrino depeg and collapse.
Luna at $2.
Now it just happened to happen with not a small coin, but a substantially larger coin, Terra Luna. This same
cat
thing, by
bounce.
the way, mind you,
Double
could
as well.
happen
So yeah,
in the
I mean,
regular
you can literally take whatever you
stablecoin
had and you
market
can double.
if
Like if that person
arbitrageurs
that
start saying, no,
had,
I don't
I
trust
guess,
the USDC
lost
peg
$4,000 and
anymore
it got all the way
because
down
I
to
think
70
there's
cents.
too
If they
much
bought more
leverage.
at
So
some
you
of those
could
levels,
actually
they
see this
lowered their cost
disaster
basis a
happen
hell
with
of a
the
lot,
loss of
and
trust
now they have the
in
ability of
dollar-backed
making a lot of
stablecoins
that
as
money
well
back.
because of that
Wow, double
leverage
my money with
example I
Luna.
gave
What the
you.
fuck?
But that generally takes crypto
Blood in the
prices
water and
falling
people don't
substantially.
know how to
And
eat.
the good news
Yeah,
regarding
I
that
would
part
agree.
is Bitcoin's only down 6% today and only down 23%
Now, I'm not saying this will
in
stay.
7
You have
days.
to make
In
sure
order
that
for
you
us to
play it
see
the
like
right
the
way.
US, and I know that's not
Understand
really
if
good
you're
news,
playing
being
it
a
out
little
long
facetious there,
term,
but if you
then it's
really
great.
want to see a
You can make
real
whatever move you
stablecoin
want to
get
make.
depegged,
But if you're playing it out
when
short term to
Bitcoin
just double
falls
whatever money you
50% in
had
a
in
day,
there,
you're going to
I
start seeing
mean,
the real
you already
stablecoins
doubled your money.
depeg as well. It's scary.
And
Anyway,
basically
that explains what's
tripled your
going on
money
with Terra Luna and all the madness. Let's now get
in a matter
to
of
something else.
just this live stream.
The
That's
market.
what's amazing. So hopefully you guys
was a miss, but
made
DAUs
something
were in
from
line,
this.
and bookings were in line.
Right. I mean,
I'm
look, I would
needing,
have liked bookings to be a
wait,
little
needing
bit
to
better
speak
because he
to
says
someone
that's
because I would
a
rather
major indicator of
put
how they're doing because that's the little
a
things that people
rabbit
buy.
out of its
But you know what?
misery.
If you have a long term, if you have a Kathy Wood view,
What are you talking
he
about?
should be buying Roblox. He should be, not GM. GM.
What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking
Here's a
about.
look at the opening bell, and Brett, at the big
So
board
understand
today,
that you will have bounces, you will have supports, resistance levels. Understand that things will fluctuate. As you see these low prices, people will buy, people will sell as they do
Well,
double or
which would you
triple their
rather
money.
have?
Understand that.
Genuine parts or the other one? I mean, Genuine Parts is a real good company. Yields 2.7. They could easily do it.
I mean, it's a
split off.
quick
It's,
flip that you could have
16
had
times
of
earnings.
$1,000,
They make things, they give
$1,000 or
money
whatever you
back.
wanted
And
to
that's
risk.
a real company. I like Genuine Parts. I've liked it for a long
Bro, I
time.
bought
It's
at
a really good
75
company.
cents.
But
See, look,
should it
now I'm
be
getting,
polluted
there's so many
by
positive comments that are
toast?
coming through. I love
I
seeing
mean, am I
it.
supposed to do that?
Luna's now at $4.
No.
That's what someone
I'm
said.
not.
Or
He's
Luna,
always been
$4,
bashing
and
on
they bought
toast
at
here
75
recently. So
cents.
Dow Jones
Somebody
down
bought
now
at 77 cents.
0.07%,
Luna
S&P down
going up fast.
0.33%,
Buy Luna.
Nasdaq down
Has the Luna
0.83%.
coin
It's actually
got a future?
not horrible.
I think it has a future, but it depends
I mean,
if
it's
people
painful.
believe in
and
what
the
they
market
can do.
open is definitely getting some red
It's
bars
currently
here.
what
We're
I'm
down
seeing
about
here is $2,
1.4.
which means you could have
Down about one. We'll get that back up.
you
There we
could
go.
have not
Down about
only
1 point.
doubled your money, but
Tesla
also
now
tripled
actually
your money.
moving up here a little bit. Here you go. Now down about 1%. Yeah, kind of bouncing around here. We'll see what happens. Coinbase down 25%. Geez. Rocket down
$77 by the end of the week.
6%. Crazy.
My 1K
Let's
Luna
listen to
is
Jim
running.
here for another minute here, and then I'll come back.
Last
You have
week
you have
at Milken
1,000
about
Luna
it
that
'cause
you
both
ended
of
up
them had
buying.
invested in that. Both of them invested
Matt,
in
leave
what
it
was
on
Convert
trading view
or
so we can
Preferred,
look at the
Yeah,
live prices.
good buy.
So
there.
I
Excellent
can't.
opportunity.
to
Oh, wait,
provide
leave it on-
provide
leave it on
financing for
trading
the
view
company.
here.
I think it was
I'm about
more,
to get
it was
off
over
the-
a double-digit coupon on that thing.
I'm about to get off right now.
But yeah, I guess all right. You're right. Why not mention a stock that's down to 85% year to date?
So it was at $2.80, and I guess
the
people
amazing
did
thing,
decide
Jim
that
and
they
Carl, is that
doubled their
that's not
money,
alone.
so they
You
decided
can
to get out of the
find
position. We're
quite a
now
few
seeing
other
that bounce off
names
of
that are
this low
down
here.
perhaps as much as
If you can see that low
80%.
again, I mean, it creates
And
more
so,
opportunity.
Jim, are they just
So
done
it's just
again
quick
is the
opportunities
question,
that
or
you
is
could
this the
find.
point
And if
at
you
which
wanted
you
a
have
long-term
to sort of get
opportunity, I
brave
think
and
it
say,
could
you
be
know
something
what,
that plays
this
out
is
as
not a
well.
business that's going
But
away.
Right.
people have
you
made
raised
money
a great
from it.
question, David. I remember I was short a company called Merry-Go-Round, MGRE, which was an apparel company, and they
But
had
anyways, guys,
minus
I'm gonna get
30
out of
same
here.
store sales.
I'm down
Uh,
$2,000
and
CRO.
Grow Generation, which is a company I
5,200
All right,
coin,
I'm gonna pull off this.
valued
So,
at
okay.
1,800.
Terra Luna disaster is a
There's
disaster.
a long conversation.
It does
in
look
the-
like
in the
we've got
chat
some
between,
BTC recovery
Fire
here,
Queen and
at
I.
least somewhat. Take a
Okay.
look at just sort of the sticks as to where we are
Okay.
here. A quick note: this, this
All
year,
right,
this
well,
platform
make sure you guys
is
hit that like
Webull.
button,
If
hit
you
that
want to
subscribe
use
button. It was
Webull and
definitely
get
a
up
great
to
stream
5
today.
totally free stocks,
Hopefully people
you
make
could do
a lot
so
of money with Luna. I will
well,
let
by
people
going to
know if I'm buying anything else, because I
metkevin.com/free.
did buy more Shiba Inu today, but I will let anybody know
you
if
can
I'm
get
buying
5
anything
stocks
else.
totally for
I
free.
really
2
don't
for
want to
just
spend a
signing
ton of
up.
money,
If you
but you
deposit even
can't
just
really
one
pass up
penny to
these
fund your
dips.
account, they'll give
So
you 3
make sure you guys
extra
hit the
free
like button, hit
stocks.
the subscribe
Just
button,
pretty
hit the
cool.
notification
Pretty
bell
cool
for more
offer that
videos
they've
like
got
this
going
one.
on right now.
I'm getting
All right, let's see
you're getting
where the
messages
biggest
from
losers are right here.
Matthew Perry on Discord. Matthew Perry messaging now on Discord. I assume it's fake.
Okay.
It's not me. I'm like right here, and I'm not doing that. But anyways,
Alright,
like I said,
so
hit
what
the
do we
like
got
button, hit the
here?
subscribe button.
We
If you
have
guys want to join the
Purple
Shiba
Innovation
Inu
up
Discord group, if you guys want
27.88%.
to talk to me
It's still at
directly,
$3.
you can join the
Man,
Discord group.
so I
which,
bought this company
I
at
will provide at the top of the
$19
description. Not
during
this
the
Discord
pandemic,
group. Let's look at
and it ran
the
up to
Shiba
like
Inu Discord
30.
group. You can join this one.
No, it
and
ran
you
up to
can,
like 35, I think. I sold it at 25.
chat away
and
about anything.
I can't believe it's $4
And you
now.
can. There's
Like,
one,
it is.
1,500
like
members in here.
been
So if
the
you want to
most
join this Discord group,
depressing
I will provide it
environment
at the top of
ever
the description.
for
But
picking.
it's
And
about
I'm
Shiba
happy I
Inu.
took
This is a
profits on
Shiba
them, but
Inu
it's like if you're
Discord
picking
group,
stocks, you have
not
to be
a
careful on these. I mean, there's
a
so many of
general
them. Like
Discord group. Now there is
Matterport cost me a lot of
off-topic,
money. I was really sad about
place.
that.
So there's a
I
place
sold
off topic where
Matterport
you can
at
talk
like
about other
10
things that are
bucks, 10
outside
bucks and 50
of
cents or whatever. I'm
you know,
glad I
Shiba
did
Inu and
because
stuff
it's at
like that.
$4
So
now. But
definitely
I'm like, come on,
check
man.
that out.
These
But
are
I
actually
will
good
provide that in
companies,
the
but the
chat,
market just doesn't
and
care
you guys
right now.
can
It's so painful.
join it if
With the
you guys
exception of
want to.
Peloton. Now I made money on Peloton. I lost money on
But,
Matterport. I lost money on a firm.
like I said,
too.
I'm gonna get out of here. Make sure you guys hit the
Peloton-
like button, hit the subscribe button.
Peloton, I think I got lucky on
and
because I saw
also
some
one more
massive
thing.
red flags of
If
their
you guys
want to
follow
But,
my golf
like,
channel, it would be great.
if anything,
follow
business is
me
improving
at Matt
for
Perry
companies like
Golf if you want to see
Affirm
me
and Matterport,
in a
and just
different
the way
light.
the market is
Definitely
pricing
do
these guys
that.
right now is insane.
But like I said, I'm
look
gonna
at
get
this.
out of here, and I'll
Great
catch you guys
earnings that
in the
beat
next video.
expectations. Their subscription revenues are blowing up. I was actually really happy to see their subscription revenues move the way they were. $4.30. Nobody cares. It's insane. It's just this market has been quite punishing. Look at that. Unity, 35 freaking percent. Polkadot, it's obviously crypto here, 24%. Coinbase, 23%. So painful. ARK down another 6% on ARK, down at $38. It's just so disgusting. That's bad. SoFi, yeah. SoFi now penny stock. Let me see here. SoFi. Wow, yeah. SoFi $5. Under $5 is technically a penny stock. Affirm. Oh my gosh, it's at $16. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Affirm was another one that cost me money. I had an average in this thing of like $95 and I sold it like 64. And I'm just like, what the hell? But it was so much so in January we started seeing this, like, you can't have companies with no profit. But it's really shocking to see how they just continued to fall. Lemonade, another, it's just so sad. They're great companies, but you know what the problem is? When these sorts of things happen to their stocks, it makes it a lot harder to go like recruit new talent. It makes it, actually, if anything, it makes it easier for Tesla to recruit talent, almost down 3% on the day, because Tesla regularly has these 30% declines. 30% declines on Tesla is like, really, that's it? It's like, that's like, seeing declines in crypto, and it's just like, okay, I'm kind of used to it. But it's obviously had a rough 2022 here as well, with a lot of volatility. But here's a company with massive cash flows that's going to be able to weather a recession. Affirm is one of those where it's like, crap, you go into a recession and you're doing lending to people who are using buy now, pay later. That's a risk. Now, hopefully, they can manage that well, but they keep, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe they keep it's slightly more than half. It's like 58, maybe it was either 52 or 58%. Either way, slightly more than half of their debt on the books. So they securitize the rest or sell it or whatever. But yeah, that's a lot of potential exposure, because you got to ask yourself too, who's using buy now, pay later? If you're making 6 figs, or if you're making a couple $100,000 a year as household income, are you really buy now, pay latering $1,000 airline ticket? Everything's good in a bull market where nobody's worried about a recession. You start going into the direction of, oh crap, we got some problems here, then it becomes pretty painful fast. That's just devastating. Tesla dropping more now down almost 4% here. NASDAQ down about 1.5%. It's crazy. Like, CPI comes down, but because we miss expectations, you still get the sell-off, which we
What's
expected.
happening, everybody? I
This
just
is
need
like
to
the worst thing
make
that
sure
could
everything's
potentially
okay.
happen.
I know I haven't been live in quite some time, and some people
That's sad.
were asking me a ton of questions
Oh
on
well.
my
I mean,
comments.
I guess it
was
could have
going
been
through
even
some
worse,
comments, and
right?
people
Like,
were
we
just
could have
like, "Where
really
is Matt
missed
at?
on
What's
categories
going on
outside
with
of
him?"
just
And
public
I'm
transportation
okay.
and
I'm fine. Let me just take a
airlines.
weeble
That
over
was
here.
really our disaster there,
We can get right to it.
but still bad. Let's listen to Jimbo for a sec.
Go
Really?
live.
I think that
well, he's doing a
sure
good
the
job
world's
if that's
good.
in fact what he's trying to accomplish. Yeah.
Well, it's not
it's
like he's
interesting
out
when you
there saying,
raise.
he
We
feels
got
bad
10
about
people that are
who own
watching
stock
right now.
that
Thank
he
you guys
had.
for watching.
No. I do wonder what it's going to mean for employment over time. I mean, you just raised that idea that
Yep.
they were hiring a lot of people. That's got to come to a very quick end. Certainly, so many of these software engineers, where there were bidding wars, these private companies that were able to offer enormous amounts of stock, obviously without being public, but the idea that they would.
We were just talking about this. Are they listening to my channel?
halt, right? I mean,
Yes.
even the
I mean, look at
leverage
Uber.
of those in the technology arena has probably gone away a great deal when it comes to their ability to garner ever higher wages.
That's why Zuckerberg is saying this is our chance. I mean, if you take a look at RH, the seminal quarter conference call this year may have been RH, where Gary Friedman basically just said, Ukraine and this, that,
At the time, we thought he sounded hysterical.
we did.
Yeah.
And now it turns out that he was a seer.
Yeah.
He was a
All right,
seer.
whatever. This is just more bickering, folks. I need to go contribute to airline inflation and catch a flight. So I am going to miss the market closing live stream, but I will be planning to stream from where I'm going. It also means I'm going to have to reschedule our course member live today because I'm going to be on a plane. But folks, I appreciate all of you.
I appreciate everybody that's here. peoples? What's happening, everybody? I just need to make sure everything's okay. I know I haven't been live in quite some time.
Hello guys and welcome to the moon. My name is Carl and I'm going to bring you this cryptocurrency video. And today is of course a very strange day where many people don't really know what's going on. But yeah, the title is true. I actually lost $1.6 million worth of Luna because I held, well, $1.6 million worth, and now the price has gone down and it seems like we're going closer and closer and closer to zero, which means that I very soon have nothing left of those Luna. Yeah, so essentially this is the Luna chart right now. You can clearly see that this is a, yeah, it looks almost like BitConnect, to be perfectly honest with you. So yeah, I lost 1.6 million. I just got a call from another guy who also lost money. I think many people out there are in the same boat. Many people lost a lot of money on this, in this fiasco. So, you know, sometimes these things happen. Personally, I'm fortunate enough to have assets elsewhere. This was just a fraction of my net worth, but I do understand that some people may actually have had a significant amount of their net worth in Luna or UST. And for those people, I'm very, very sorry. It's very, very tough. I hate when these things happen because, of course, you know, money is just material things, but when you lose money like this, it really feels really, really bad. So I understand, guys. Even though this was not a big part of my portfolio, I still felt
Hey everyone, I feel compelled that I have to create another video about Terra and Luna because it just seems like this saga never ends. Not too long ago, I just saw UST depeg more and I saw Luna drop to a level that I never thought we would ever see again. That was right around $13 or $14. Just a few days ago, Luna was hovering around 90. Then 60. This morning, it was at 40, and I thought it stabilized. But I was wrong. Crashed down to $14. 14. This situation is horrendous. There's no way to describe it. This is something I've never ever seen in all my years of being in crypto. I've never seen this. I've seen bank runs before. I've seen bad projects go belly up, rug pulls. I've seen that. But this is different. This is a coordinated attack. Obviously, something is going on. Whether or not it's Justin Sun, Tron, Shifu, combination, other bad actors. But there is a coordinated attack. And people are starting to notice it. Not only do you see countless bots now on Twitter that is all saying the same thing, but you're just seeing overall this constant selling of UST, making it debase or depeg, I should say, and causing this constant pressure on Luna. So right now, latest rumor is that Do Kwon has reached out to several companies, tried to raise another $1 to $1.5 billion, go use that to stabilize UST, but I think the promise is that these companies get to buy Luna at half off, and they're going to be locked in for 2 years. That's the latest rumor. But the way the UST is behaving right now and the way Luna is being sold off right now, I don't know if this is enough. Me personally, I'm still holding on. Luna was one of my biggest bags by far. I've lost more than I cared to share. But yeah, at this point, there's just no point in selling, at least for me. It's down like 85% from just a week ago. And I'm clinging on hope that Do Kwon and Terra could figure this out, possibly get this. Welcome back to Cryptos Are Us. I am George. We're all George. So the day has come, officially declaring that Terra is dead. Everyone that held on to Terra Luna, UST, Anchor is wrecked. So today is the aftermath. I'm going to talk about what this means for, of course, holders, what it means for the entire crypto industry, especially algorithmic stablecoins, and what this means for Bitcoin overall. So let's get started. Smash it a like, subscribe to the channel, make sure you hit that notification bell, get notified of all my streams. Follow me on social media, cryptosareus.com, and the brand new Cryptos Are Us Clips channel. Welcome, 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 guys. I hate to say it, but Terra's dead. It's at $1. It was below $1. It was at 88 cents. Last night when I was streaming, it was still, I forgot, $10. No, $14. It was still $14 when I was streaming last night. Before I went to bed, it was about $5. And then now it's at $1. All right, so pretty much this means that Do Kwon was not able to get his funding, and that's because no one was willing to give him anything because Terra was in an absolutely free fall. And you could see UST or Terra USD, I should say, is at 38 cents. Should be pegged at $1 billion. I mean, I've been drinking a little bit this morning. No, I'm just kidding. Should be pegged at $1, and it's at 38 cents. Okay, so bottom line is this: Do Kwon tried, made us wait and wait and wait and wait. We had to wait another 10 hours before he finally decided to tweet a series of tweets trying to, again, I don't know why he has to try to explain how the peg system and how everything worked. At this point, no one cares. What people care about is what the solution is. And bottom line is there's no solution. There's no influx of money coming in. There's no trying to repeg UST back to $1. It's not possible. He just can't get enough money. So basically, what he explained is we let things drop to where it'll find a bottom eventually. The sell pressure goes away because there are no more sellers. And then we could try to rebuild afterwards. That's basically what he said. So bottom line is this sell pressure can go on for a very, very, very long time, and there is absolutely nothing that Do or Terra can do about it. I mean, yay, it's back up to 132. But it's but yeah. I really had hope for Do and Terra. Really was hoping that they find a way, they find some solution, okay, to kind of stop this. I'm pretty sure Do Kwon probably talked to Binance and KuCoin and everyone else, right? Maybe trying to convince them to stop withdrawals, stop trading altogether. Binance did it once, and CZ probably told Do, that's the only time we'll do it. We're not going to do it anymore, right? I'm pretty sure Do was up for last 12 hours trying to find anyone that's willing to help, and now we know the answer. No one came. No one helped at all. So that's where we are right now. Okay. Now, what does this mean? Should you DCA into Terra and hope that it comes up? At this point, I would not suggest that. If you're holding on, like I have been, holding on from $90 down to $1.33, right? There's no point of selling now. Might as well keep holding. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. If Terra goes back up to $10, yay. But I don't even see that happening, right? At this point, what's the point of trying to sell it off? You just hope that somehow it could come back. But in terms of buying into Terra, I just don't see, I don't think it's advisable at this point. Because I don't see how they could fix their system. They can't until the selling pressure stops, right? There's just no way that they could fix this. So I would consider this a dead project at this point. There's going to be a lot of questions, a ton of questions, investigations. Who really started this? Who wanted this to happen? Is it Citadel? Is it Citadel? Is it Tron? Is it someone else? Right? Well, the thing is, this is going to have major repercussions in a very negative way. Because right now, I don't know if you guys have paid attention, every single project that has an algorithmic stablecoin is being slaughtered right now. Every single one. Because Terra was the biggest. They were the leader. And everyone else copied Terra. Okay? And that is why Near with their USN is down 33%. This is actually pretty good. It was down like 50% not too long ago. Right? Phantom with their FTM or whatever. No, FUSD is down 41%. Waves has their own down 38.7%. Okay. So basically any project that has an algorithmic stablecoin is being attacked right now. So this is definitely having major repercussions outside of just Terra, unfortunately. Right. So algorithmic stablecoin as it stands right now seems to be a failed project or a failed idea, a failed concept. Okay, at least algorithmic stablecoins. Now there are regular stablecoins. So stablecoins, regular stablecoins, that's supposedly backed by, USD. That's a little bit different. But algorithmic stablecoins, I don't think anyone's gonna trust them unless somehow, some way, someone creates a new one that somehow cannot depeg in any given situation and will be fine even in the major sell-off moments, right? Until someone proves that. But I don't think anyone's going to trust any algorithmic stablecoins for quite some time. Unfortunately, even someone like Avalanche, which doesn't even really have their own stablecoin, but they have like Frax on top of them and other stablecoins on top of them, is being pulled down too, because I don't think people understand that some of these projects don't have their own native stablecoin, but they do have other stablecoins on top of their ecosystem. But even them, they're getting pulled down, and there's some fear that Terra did have some Avalanche in their treasury. Whether or not that's going to be sold off, I think it was already sold off. I don't think they're still waiting to sell. I think it's been sold off. But I mean, even Avalanche is being pulled down tremendously. It was just at $50 yesterday. I mean, come on. Now down to 32. So Tron, I bet Justin Sun is doing what he can, using whatever means he has right now to try to prop up Tron, because Tron just introduced their own algorithmic stablecoin too. And who knows, maybe he's the one that started this. But yeah, I would watch out for Tron as well. So right now, market bell open. So right now, I would say it's a very iffy time for any crypto project that has its own algorithmic stablecoin. Okay, I would say we got to let the dust clear. Some of these projects are terrific projects. Like Phantom is one I believed in for a long time, but they are getting absolutely slaughtered. Okay, and they went through a DPEG thing too not too long ago themselves. So all these projects that have algorithmic stablecoin, they will probably continue to be weak for quite some time. And I'm hoping that the teams behind those coins have all been working 24/7, day and night, to try to figure out how not to have their stablecoin repeat what UST just
I believe. And because, of course, I'm not at liberty to divulge the contents of that conversation. I stress conversation, not